Okay. Oop, I launched up the YouTube a little too quick. Gotta paste this over here. All right, cool. We are live on YouTube and Twitter. The plan for the day. No, I just pasted it. Give me a sec. All right. So yeah, the main focus for today is actually going to be working on my slides and my just talk in general for Commit Your Code conference. And it's going to be about the MCP server, so I need your help. I need y'all to help me understand what I need to talk about and showcase that is going to be different from our main stuff, right? Like, you know, things that you are less familiar with, as an example. The talk needs to be around 25 minutes long. Oh, I got a typo in the thing. It's fine. But I should probably double check that, so we'll do that first. And we'll also kick off some agents in the background. Based on the changes we made yesterday, I took down our turbo stream. It turns out there was something weird about how it was trying to like fetch from the timestamp that we had. And because of that, it like got into this like restart loop and it wasn't doing anything. Now, I think we have a slightly different problem with the turbo stream. It's reporting more messages per second than the actual thing it's listening to, which doesn't make any sense. So obviously we did something wrong. We got to figure that out. So that's the plan for the day. Let's get switching over to it. I am looking at the wrong screen there. Woo! Excuse me. All right, so let me get chat going to the right place here. And what up, Jesta? How you doing? Oh. Mike. Go. Check, check. All right, that should be better now. Yeah, something was weird when I changed monitors. It glitched up the interface. So I think we're good now. Hell yeah. All right. Sorry about that. Thank you for pointing that out. I don't know what the issue was. But okay. Should be good now. All right. So yeah, our plan for the day is we are going to be, doing some stuff. I'm not leaking anything. I probably want to be careful about that screen. Give me just a sec. Oh, is it still showing the partnerversary thing? I always wonder how long they do that for. But okay, let me get music going. Let's just switch album already. I can't remember if this album's any good. Yeah, I'm a collector. Give me just a second while I do that. Ooh. That was the randomization there, huh? Okay, cool. It's the main window. I think I have a couple others for some random stuff. All right, so I got one for like my AI plan usage stuff. Nice reset. I got one for some like research we wanted to do about how to do like proper isolation for benchmarking for that one project. Oh, and I got these popped out for just like all these other AI orchestrator tools. All right, we looked at Spacebot, we looked at Letta. No, Letta was just... Oh, Letta does have an agent. Yeah, questionable about that one. Yeah, we popped out Gastown. I think this post by Jamin is still quite good, so I'll at least share that with y'all. Right, the whole like night shift idea. All right, Automata, or is it Automata? Matrix native. Some of these words are so bullshitty. Oh, and yeah, what's up, Nox? You said hello. Yeah. So, we're doing a lot more like vibe coding these days. Not vibe coding, but like, agentic engineering, whatever you want to fucking call it. No, this is just one window that we're getting rid of because I don't think we need it, right? CMUX, human layer. We're familiar with all these. We had them popped open for a while because, I was like trying to experience all of them to like have an opinion. And, now it's less important because GitKraken has their own. So yeah, we got rid of one window. That's it. But yeah, as far as the Elixir, yes, we do. And, here you can see some of it. One of my favorite things is we had to go in and like clean up some of the slop that this thing shed out. Because we are building an MCP server, we're having it do a bunch of our like auth stuff. Or not auth, but like the OAuth for the MCP server. And that's the part we're at right now with these changes. We do need to review those at some point. Right? Get that kicking along. So we could do that, here first or second. There's something else I want to double check first. We're going to kick off an agent looking into why... Like, we could even build a good script for it, because I have a theory about what's going wrong already. But we could also just let the AI like analyze it and probably come up with the same thing. But basically, if we go to our turbo monitor here, and this is Rust code, somehow we're 184,000 messages ahead of the baseline. That doesn't make any sense. We've also had a bunch of idle recoveries. You know, here's that downtime we had last night for like 4 hours. No, 6 hours. Because I didn't notice it at first. But yeah, just the fact that like we're consistently ahead of the baseline makes no sense to me. I mean, we do Elixir stuff, and every once in a while we gotta like go in and clean up some of the slop. What's up, Mr. Demon Wolf? How you doing? And yeah, beautiful. What you up to? Yeah, welcome everyone. How's your Tuesday going? All right, music should be good for a bit. And hey, thanks, Patty. Hold on one second. Don't want to forget this either. All right, sorry. Just had to reply to some stuff. Sorry. Yeah, I just noticed a few things. Okay, sorry. Just a bunch of junk popping up. Okay. So, one thing I want to show off here on stream, and we'll also show off their social posts too. So hold on. Which post did he want me to show off? Yeah. All right. Wait, is it? Oh, it's with a K. Oh, fancy. So I don't know if y'all know, but this dude, Zachary Chappell, Zach, runs this company, Zephyr Cloud, and they have a product hunt launch on. Well, they have a launch for their product on Product Hunt. Yeah, words are tough. So I don't know if you could do something to help them out. If you're a LinkedIn person at all, I could have sworn I liked it. I think I saw Shashi's post. Have I hiked Mount Rainier? I've never been to the peak, but I've done up to like Paradise. All right, so cool. We did that hype. Wanted to get that out there. And I think he wanted another hype post. And if you prefer the Twitter, here's the Twitter post too. And I think I liked other people's posts rather than his, so at least let me like grab those and hype it up. But then, yeah, we'll go check out the actual product hunt link too. There we go. Yeah, I could have sworn I did it. I think I did it for Shashi's posts, but whatever. Tomato, tomato. But yeah, what we should do, hold on, let's go check it out over on Product Hunt. Let's get them to #1. It is kind of tough, right? Like, man, doing it on a Tuesday. Tuesdays are rough. Weekends are easy. So yeah, if you guys could upvote it, whatever. These are good people. They're really nice. I'm not getting paid for this, though they have gifted a bunch of subs here in chat, so I should probably disclose that at some point. But that was ages ago. They're just good people and they're fun to party with because they were at Render ATL. So anyway, I'm gonna create a tagged comment for this, and then we'll just have that pinned for the day, and we'll move on to our stuff for sure. Nope. Damn it. I didn't want to do it with the question mark. Where's that question mark even coming from? All right. Sorry for the spam. There we go. That's the one. We're going to pin it. And we're going to pin it until end of stream. Cool. All right. Kind of shocking how well AI has come along. I mean, if you use AI at all on a regular basis, you know how stupid it is too, right? Like sometimes I feel like it creates extra work. You know, like yeah, like and it's not anything where a person needs to feel bad. Like no, just sometimes it's an idiot. And that's okay. The worst part is it's like a junior dev that never learns, right? That'll make the same mistakes over and over again, even when you tell it not to via a skill or via your agent's MD file, you know? But there are certain things where it is immensely valuable, right? Like it's good at doing research. It's good at like validating ideas, even though it's kind of like a glaze machine. One of the things you can do is prompt it with an idea, but say the idea was given to it by another LLM, and then it'll be really harsh. If you say it was you, it'll be really nice about it. If you say it was another LLM, it'll be super harsh. It's like a girlfriend. Or boyfriend, you know, whatever your preference. No judgment. It's like a partner. There we go. I could have just said that. That would have been easier. Kind of, yeah. But like a coding romantic partner, not a coding like business partner. Yep. Oh no. So that's the difference. Sorry, it's like a partner, like premarital partner. There you go. All right, there we go. Coding Panther, totally different thing. Yeah. Touche via Sanctus. Yes, premarital partner. But yeah, come on, give it some love, leave it some comments, upvote it. I already upvoted it. I can't upvote it again. But wait, do I have more followers? I do. So how can I like use this more? And hold on, wait. I know we've done some product hunt stuff. I've definitely had a top 5 launch. Tastemaker, I don't even know what that means. But I have gone streaking. We haven't launched anything on here for ages, though. The fact that both of these, I think, got top 5 was pretty cool, though. I swear I'm in there. Come on, I commented something. I swear I commented. What? Did they hide my comment? Oh, second page. I'm not even cool enough for the first page. It's fine. Mr. Demon Wolf, that's ridiculous. That's like saying you use Next.js but not React. And I consider that bullshit too. That is totally bullshit. That is 100% bullshit. And also, like not even just like the not using React and using Next.js thing. Like, no, Next.js fucking sucks, dude. Why are you using Next.js for things that could be static or client rendered? It's a waste of resources. It's bad engineering. It's just lazy. Don't get me going on that rant. It's too early for that rant today. Next.js is the worst for everything besides server-side rendering, and server-side rendering is only a 5% problem. It's too early for that rant, though. Give it a few hours. All right, so what we want to do at least, for some reason, like, dude, there is no way we should be hitting this many things per second. So that dashboard, hold on, let me just do this. This dashboard measures the amount of messages per second coming from the Blue Sky platform that we are getting from each like WebSocket connection. So Masijo, right? We have our own version of the Turbo Stream. Graze.social has their version of the Turbo Stream. We forked theirs into Rust. Theirs is Python, and they're also like juggling API keys. So they're kind of cheating. I think we're cheating on this rates per second, so we're going to look into that right now. I mean, it's not even just the blazing fast. It's that I didn't want to deploy a Docker container and deal with like, I didn't want to deal with deploying Python. I really dislike the effort of deploying Python and packaging the images and all that stuff, when instead it could just be Rust and I upload a binary and I'm done. I think I've come full circle, and I try and avoid containers when I can. If I could just do a simple binary deploy, that's just better. Go would have been easy as well. Because this is like a constantly on, forever running thing, I'm less a fan of using Go for that kind of stuff. Like I didn't want to deal with the garbage collector. I wanted like explicitly managed memory, just because it's like a forever process. All right, so yeah, the theory, right? So this baseline is actually like the Jetstream, like Blue Sky stuff. This is ours. This is Graze.socials. Theirs is behind the baseline. Ours is somehow ahead of the baseline, but we're listening to this feed. So how could we be ahead of it? And, well, hold on. It heard me talking shit, and now the rate dropped to 0. Hold on. I know, and it's gone. I'm like, what the hell? Come on. Really? I need to get to these slides, damn it. Like, come on, man. No, they're more than just a Minecraft game host. They're basically just a reseller of Hetzner and OVH. But one of our mods runs Server.pro. And they're awesome. So I like supporting, if I could give money to them instead of DigitalOcean, I'll do that any day of the week. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I mean, it's just it's a pretty solid VPS. I'm a fan of it. If we go to their pricing, this makes a good example. 2 gigs. Oh, hold on. No. Right. $7 a month for 4 gigs, 4 cores. Do you know what you'd have to pay on DigitalOcean for that? Right. So 4 cores, 4 gigs, $24 a month. Easily 3 times the price. Meanwhile, we upgraded to the performance. That means we get 8 gigs and 6 cores at $20 a month. We want to do that on DigitalOcean. 8 gigs. We don't even get the 6-core option, but it would be $48 a month. It's just, yeah. It's too expensive. And these are also like slower CPUs. Whereas I think technically we're on more of like a... Let me double check. They don't even tell us what CPU on CPU optimized, but I'm pretty sure if we do, like if we're on the regular, I think it's AMD. My guess, right, is that we'd be closer to this, and that would be $84 a month. Because on Server Pro, right, we can scroll down and see on the performance side of things, we're getting a Ryzen 9. 4.3 or 5.7 gig. They're calling 2.6 fast. Yeah, no, and I get that, Nox, but Hetzner is a pain in the ass. They didn't even let me sign up. Like, their sign-up process is really restrictive because they deal with so many spammers. So I'd rather deal with a reseller like Server.pro. It's just simpler that way. And Server.pro does have some like nice stuff. I've never had a Hetzner instance, so I'm not sure. But just being able to like, have access through the shell instead of dealing with the SSH shit, like that's kind of nice. But yeah, like DigitalOcean, like dude, super spendy. You're saying which? That part I don't remember. I think I just went with what they had. Yeah, I think we just did the Ubuntu. So that part might be trickier. Yeah, they might restrict the ISOs. So that could be the tricky bit. If we see Unknown Sheep here in stream, might be worth it to ask them. I was going to pick Ubuntu anyway, so it doesn't really affect me. Like, what do you tend to pick for your server distro? Okay, so we're getting connections back again. So here's something I'm going to do. We're going to do this before getting the clanker on it. Alpine is still a thing? It might be. I've never found Alpine to be worth the hassle. Oh, I could see that. That makes sense. Yeah, like work, Red Hat, like you got the service contract, like that makes sense. Or will you like Debian? Interesting. All right, so we're connecting to our server. Yeah, we're doing PNPM fiddle. Oh, we are just logging the raw message. All right, so what I want to do is new NSIDs, but it's probably not NSID. What was the thing we were logging there? I want to log the DIDs. We're going to leave this for now, though. All right, so then DIDs. So what I want to do is I want to count if DIDs are getting repeated. And this is record string number. Oop, wrong thing. So we'll do this. If there's already a DID, we do that plus 1 or 1. And honestly, we can just do... No, yeah, we'll do the ternary. All right, so then... if updated, log update. All right, we'll do object.entries.map. Right, this is throwaway code. I would normally never do this. Oh, yeah, wrong thing. Oh, and hold on. If message dot message dot did, not dot commit. Oh, wait, what? Yeah. Hold on. We don't want to do that in there. We want to do that right here. There we go. So we do see some getting duplicated, which is to be expected, but my hunch is now incorrect. Like, we definitely see some duplicated. Throwing away code instead of recycling? Yeah. All right, so at least we've negatively confirmed my suspicion. It is not the bug that I thought it was. We do have duplicates happening. And maybe that is... Maybe that's where this number is increasing so high? All right, so then let's try this real quick. You got to get to bed? Yeah, no worries, Knox. Thank you for chilling. Appreciate you. And yeah, let me double check on chat. I want to make sure I'm not missing too much. Curious why they would repeat. Do I think it's that the base that I'm reading from is deduping, but still sending duplicates? No, I don't think the base is deduping. Right, and then, yeah, you know what? If I'm getting duplicates from the base... then they would have the same numbers. So yeah, that's a great call. Now I'm even more confused. Good call. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that. Ooh, and Chars, you never did a mech, but then the Neo popped up? I think the Neo is actually a great value if you're just like prompting AI and stuff. I feel like it's maybe less of a value if you end up having... if you end up having like a lot of like dev processes running. You know, like they only got what, like 8 gigs of RAM? So then minus the OS, and that's what, one Next.js server? Like one Next.js dev server. In production, it's faster and more memory efficient. Okay, so because my hunch is now massively incorrect, we should clank on this a bit. Let's copy this. Yeah, so like we don't even need to test that. Like something's just wonky there. But whatever. All right, so now that that's doing the exploration, let's actually get to we're gonna clone down one of my other slide dev presentations, right? Hold on, let me double check one thing work wise. Oh, all right. So yeah, let me go to my GitHub. We should have a presentation that I can pull down and just like, fork and fiddle with. I typically start them with presentation. Hold on. I mean, it works for me. Works on my machine. Yeah, so the latest one we've worked on was how devs use AI. We should probably use that one. We can always like swap out images and stuff, but I think this one had like the best branding so far. Oh god. 1 second, just responding to a thing. Okay, and man, it is another warm one. When does the weather cool off again? It is too warm right now. I gotta double check this. This is killing me, man. And this H key dying is less than ideal. All right, so it doesn't really cool off for a while. What's their prediction? I mean, mid-70s is better than what it is. I mean, it's still mid-70s right now. Shit. God, I hate August. What do they think September's gonna be like? Like, is it even worth, like, seeing what they think it'll be in September? I'm like, they don't know. Come on, bring me some rain, man. Is it the usual temp in August? I mean, I don't know what usual even is anymore. It does feel like August has been pretty warm. Yeah, exactly, Jesta. I basically just looked at my horoscope. So yeah, we're letting the clanker clank on the jet stream right now because it's less important to us. Get clone that though, and then MV. What was the one? How? Wait. Didn't we just clone that? Oh, how devs use AI. We're going to clone that too. And hold on, I need to do another thing. This is going to be our MCP servers dead. So that's the main thing we're working on right now. Should we do something crunchier? I think this one's like too crunchy though. Yeah, too crunchy. Take it easy, Mega Drive. Just see like if there's another Mega Drive album that is a little chiller. Oh, this is a long one at least. All right, so then, yeah, this is our MCP servers dead. This is way chiller than any other Mega Drive I've heard before. All right, so we might skip this album. All right, so are MCP servers dead? Your answer, right? If the question, or if the title is a question, the answer is no. Like if it's a yes/no question. It's actually very simple. What is that? Betteridge's Law? Just double checking which of these we can close. We'll leave them open. We got the RAM. If you don't use it, you lose it, right? Shit, Ghosty's chewing up more RAM than anything. Rust Analyzer's giving it a run for its money, though. Open code, though. Where do we even have open code running? Oh, yeah. Well, we can at least close that one. Keep the other going. What else is chewing up more RAM than it should? Orb stack, yeah, no, that's necessary for a thing. Okay. Dude, this album is blowing it. How dare you, Mega Drive? Okay. Why would Firefox be taking up that much? Like, what's it even doing on the GPU? God, and what does media analysis do? I always forget. Oh, yeah. How? God, this H key dying is really bumming me out. So it is ignoring that directory. How is it consuming so much damn RAM? All right, well. Yep, we'll just have to leave it for now. It's just gnarly. And yeah, dude, people tout Ghosty, but I find Ghosty to be really RAM heavy. It might be some settings I have about like the amount of scroll back I allow or something. I guess that is a lot of tabs, but dude, with a nice lightweight terminal, that wouldn't be shit. We probably need to update Ghosty, actually. I think it's been ages. But okay. Why? Why is the model trying to do this stuff? And why does it keep thinking that it needs to access, like, slash whatever? Yeah, I don't know. All right, whatever. We're back to this part. So then we did pop this open. Yep. Our MCP server's dead. The answer is no. But one thing we need to do... We'll just create a repo on GitHub for ourselves. Wait, not how devs UI. Okay. What we'll do is we will gut some of the stuff we don't need. Yeah, outline, we'll just do ourselves. Yeah. So what we want to do is make sure what's like the law of headlines, and I think it's Betteridge's law. Oh, there isn't a simple. Let's just pop that out to a new tab, and yes, I know, we're collecting more tabs again. Is there an XKCD? And hold on, how's the volume? Volume seems okay. Good. Do. We'll just do this as a quote. All right, this music might be a little too heavy. Let's go back to something chiller. It was super distracting. All right, so here we go. That's the quote. Let's grab the link. And hold on, let me just do one thing. All right, so any headline that ends in a question mark can be answered by the word no. And yeah, happy Tuesday, Alex. What you up to? For the uninitiated, manage cluster concepts? No, that is not what we were looking for. And let me just move this over. That way we can cycle back to these tabs easier. And then real quick, let's double check on this. All right, so then as that keeps going, eating some ice cream. Nice. What flavor? Chocolate? Hell yeah. Any particular brand? Because I feel like chocolate's one of those ones that changes majorly from brand to brand. You found a dairy-free version. Ah, gotcha. That makes sense. Okay. So, yes, crafting these. CYC is Commit Your Code Conference, and I should probably double check. How long are the talks? Have they posted the schedule? I don't think they've posted the schedule yet, but I know I'm in the list somewhere. There we go. Number 93. Oh, they do have the schedule. Okay. Yep. Okay, so going over what an MCP server is, that was in the description, so we'll do that. We'll talk about skills and what the difference is, and as well as what lesser-known MCP apps are and how they might revive enthusiasm. Well, since I made this, version 2 of the spec has come up. But yeah, cool. 11:30 to 11:55. All right, hold on. Give me a second. I gotta pee. But yes, so 25-minute talk. So we gotta like fine tune our duration for that talk around this thing. So BRB, give me a sec. And I'll be in the purple room. All right. Works for me. So yes, what is an MCP server? Well, number one, we should gut most of these images. Oh, all right. We'll click that one. Get rid of those. All right, so yeah, we'll have these like brand images, but yeah, get rid of those. That way we can do this fresh. Now I got to remember which directory they go in. All right, so when we do images, they go in the images directory, like if we're like directly referencing. When we're doing right, a background here, they go in public. All right. So we're not going to reference any images in there. All the brand stuff lives in public. And then any other, slide backgrounds will live in that public folder too. I always forget that and mix them up, and then I end up duplicating a bunch of images. And I'm sure GitHub's not as stoked about that. So yeah, as we build this out, and no, it is not managed service provider. So let's go look at the spec, and might as well leave that up. And what's up, Valerio? How you doing over on YouTube? Cheers. Thank you for the lurk. Appreciate it. Can we copy the image this way? I always forget this part. We can, and then we just rename it. Perfect. MCP diagram. And that will live in images. I think that makes the most sense. And yeah, normally, like, if you've seen me make any of these like presentations before, you've seen me start out with like an intro slide. I don't know. I think I like the idea of moving the intro slide to the end, right? Like when you're doing like the thanks and wrapping up part of things. If I need to fill time, we can do an intro slide. But I think, yeah, like the get in touch with me QR code thing makes more sense as like an outro, right? Because the content should lead. When someone said that, it made a lot of sense to me, and especially for like when you're doing lightning talks and things like that. All right, so what is an MCP server? I always forget this part. I think it's exclamation point. That MCP server.png. How do I want to just like leave notes in here? For What is a Minecraft server? Well, that's what the AI applications are, Fivel. Right? Chat interface, IDEs, and code editors, other AI applications. Those are the agents. Technically, they're the clients, right? Because this isn't the agent client protocol. This is the model context protocol. It's basically just clients and servers, though. Actually, let's just do types of servers. Right? Right. So yeah, here, this is just like, these are my outlines. These aren't the actual slides. I will definitely go into version 2. Yep. Theo might have a video about it. I'll just read the spec. Theo's a good friend, but I don't typically watch his videos. I don't enjoy video content in general. I'd much rather read a blog post or an article or the spec itself. It's just the way I like to consume information. Like, I don't watch any of my friends' videos. Prime, Theo, they're the main ones. But yeah, I'm just, video is not the way I like to consume information. But I know that a lot of other people do, so I should make videos. But I should probably watch videos to understand what people do well. It's just one of those things. I don't know, man. It's kind of like the opposite for snowboarding. I love watching snowboard videos because it gives me ideas on like what could be done on a snowboard. So yeah, I don't know. All right, let's fix our posture. When I am really curious about what Theo has to say in a video, I'll just turn a clanker loose on the transcript. Like any of those services that just summarize a YouTube video. Because I'd rather read, personally. If he wrote blog posts, I would read his blog posts. It's like, people watch. Yeah, Koas, I know all of that already, though. I don't need to watch a video to do it, and I can also just discern that from reading the specs. Like, Koas, dude, I've already read on this. Come on. I read about it before I even made the video. I can just read the spec instead. Yep. All right, so a way for agentic clients to communicate with servers, right? Clients are things like IDEs and IDE plugins, or harnesses like OpenCode, Blog Code, Codex, etc. Right, so then HTTP, SSE. Well, hold on. Let's do this. Deprecated. What's the name of the new HTTP transport? V2. Wait, did I miss it? Yeah, no handshaker sessions. I love that. Let's just go to the docs. Just we're just kind of getting started, you know. We got a clanker clanking on something too. We should double check on. Yeah, we'll just allow it. You just got home from feeding 100 people at your church. It was tough this time. Is that because you're still healing up? Is that what made it tough? All right, so hold on. We're looking for the new concept for servers. Oh, it's super hot. You don't do heat well. Got it. All right, so yeah, there we go. The communication layer. Communation. So we should link JSON RPC. Right? Got to mention Kepler first. Yeah, what temperature is it for you? For me in this room, it is 86 degrees right now, so it's a little on the warm side. This song is a little sleepy. There we go. We'll skip that one. And let's just look at what an example connection might look like. In the ACP docs, they showed us one. Here we go. What's up, Riot? So you made a subtitle extension. Now you can understand me. Perfect. And yeah, 6 months. Thank you for the sub, dude. One second. Nah, I appreciate that. Thanks, Riot. All right, so yeah, we do a section on JSON RPC. Right, so they provide tools. Tools, prompts, and resources. Right, so we're basically just summing up the basics of the spec for this part. We just want to get like a general outline going, and then we can like trim down as we need for time. But we gotta not everybody knows or understands what an MCP server even is, right? Like we've heard about them, and people talk about MCP versus skills and blah blah blah, right? And maybe that should come after Betteridge's Law of Headlines. Why the clickbait title? For the clicks, of course. To get accepted to give a talk. Duh. It's in the name. Yeah, exactly. Right, so yeah, some examples of tools, right? All right, we should change the order of these. Sure. Okay. Yeah, so what can MCP servers do? Blah, blah, blah. Where to find MCP servers? Right, Docker. They still haven't updated this, have they? Nope. We'll put them last. Now hold on, is Get Cracking in this one? We should be. Damn right. We do get a D on maintenance because they don't see how often we're updating because we don't open source our MCP server. Nothing I can do about it. It does say updated 13 days ago. So I find that interesting, but I think they're getting this maintenance from like the public repo that we have just our docs on. But yeah, man, and there's so many more. The executor guy has one. Let's double check. Maybe it's on here. This seems disingenuous. And that seems kind of bullshitty. Oh, yeah. Got it. This is super bullshitty. You can't be ethical and be a business person. It seems. Damn it. That's not what I was looking for. He had this other thing, though. Let me get another album going. Maybe I still have it in my list over here. Nah, I think I lost it. Yeah, I lost it. I don't know. Hold on. Let me get another album going. integrations.sh. Right, and there's too many of these servers to like shout out every single one. But we'll just say, and too many. Uh, Codex, Claude, Cursor. Right, we'll just say all those. And we should list the ones that have listed the Get Kraken one first, right? Now we'll see. At least the ones that accept submissions, which is why GitHub is basically the last. All right, so where to find them? Sure. Do we think that's enough info about like what MCP servers are? Or maybe we should go into like MCP versus skills? And this will probably end up breaking down into like a bunch of like sub slides, but at least we want to get like the basic topics here in the outline before we start like fiddling with design and layout and all the BS, right? Like we want to get just a general flow so that we can reorder things before we go into the part where it's going to be like, you know, heavy editing. In the meantime, though, hold on. We pushed that up. Let me double check this. Turbo monitor suppressed. What the fuck is suppressed? I've never seen suppressed. All right, so that should fully refresh. All right, that at least refreshed properly. All right, let's do another exploration here. our Rust turbo URL is. Let me copy. Wait, oh, I closed it. Damn it. Ah, shit. Hold on. All right, we'll let that keep exploring and back to our stuff. Right, so MCP versus skills. Right, and MCP prompts are equal to skill. Skills do not have auth specified. Right, so skills do not have auth specified and no elicitation capabilities. We should probably explain elicitation. Right, there are a lot of lazy HTTP servers out there that just wrap REST APIs. Nope. Damn it. I wanted to actually just do a tab. And wait, what do you mean, Kenny? Is this going to be used by my app or slidev still? What do you mean used by my app? Oh, you mean like the slidev fork that we worked on? This is just slidev still. Because we haven't tested or fiddled with like our Astro fork yet. So it's just not worth like dealing with a tool that's not, you know, battle tested. Like, I'd like to continue working on that. It's just such a low priority compared to the other stuff we got. I feel like that's something we could, like, employ, like, a really long-term agent for. But yeah, why that's bad. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I got too many ideas, man. Yeah, otherwise the ideas would escape. All right, so like, are those the biggest complaints that people have for like MCP versus skills? And man, I gotta pee again. I am not retaining water like I should. So yeah, I just added some more salt. I am gonna grab more water, and it is hot. So that's also why I'm probably losing water quicker. But yeah, let me see if yeah, let me go use the restroom, pour some more water. I might pop some like pumpkin seeds or something, or some crackers or something. BRB. I'm back. But alrighty. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? Anything, special going down in your neck of the woods? Sorry, 1 second. What album next, though? Yeah, those two albums by Ogre Sound are great. Wish they would make like new stuff. It's crazy how many artists kind of like fall off on like making albums, but I get it. I did too. That looks like an intro song. Yeah, let's try these. All right, so MCP versus skills. I'd say we could come up with more after that. Let's actually start digging into... Oh, wait, hold on. And this could be a good segue. Right? Because MCP v1 was kind of a pain to implement. Right? So then MCP v1 versus v2. And then, yeah, let's go back to that article. And hold on. Yeah, this was asking for permission to do some stuff. All right, so that one's still doing some discovery on what could be the issue, but I want to make sure it keeps going before we switch back over. I feel like, hold on. The issue we're running into is that our MCP server is playing catch up on replay state, but it doesn't catch up nearly quick enough. Which is where I think some of our like auto research would be really useful. Yeah, so auto research is going to be a big part of things here in a minute, or not in a minute, but kind of once we figure out a better way for the monitor to be more truthful. But really, the issue is that our server is still playing catch up, and it's kind of necessary for it to play catch up. But at the amount of messages that we are behind by like 4 hours, if we're only catching up by like 3 seconds, it's going to take fucking forever. Hey, what's up, Treetaz? How you doing? So now I have another question. Am I saying your name right with the change? Or is it Tree Toes? Like Cheetos. Right? So you didn't improve the situation. I'm doing well. Tree Toz is right? All right. All right, so let's double check this. All right, so while that's creating the spec, we can go back to this part. So V2 is stateless. Let's get the docs going. MCP V2. All right, the new spec. Yeah, so we should definitely sum up the V2 changes. Right, so stateless by default. Ooh, okay, so this part is important. Multi-request, multi-round trip requests. Right? So we'll at least list that. And yeah, this is just our basic outline. We're going to turn this into proper slides here in a bit. Right? But at least the outline helps me, line up what we're trying to do. All right, the auth part, I think, is pretty important. Let's double check and make sure we understand this properly. Okay, that's a little weird. Hardening. We'll just say that. And I know I'm doing that backwards, but whatever. Client ID metadata documents. Right, normally you want to do the thing that it stands for and then the acronym or initialism, but whatever. All right, so then, yeah, DCR deprecated. Client credentials are bound to the issuer that minted them, not reused across authorization servers. I don't think we need to hit all of it, right? But we can link to it. All right, so tasks. I'm less sure of the tasks part, and I think it's less important. So I like the fact that we had this transition from MCP v1, right? Like being a pain, to then this section about v2 versus, or v1 versus v2. From there, MCP apps, I think, are something we want to cover. And I know I'm duplicating a bunch of tabs here. Hmm. Where are the docs about MCP apps? Hmm. Yeah, we'll search for it, but we should be able to at least discover this stuff better. Oh, and yeah, hold on. Right. So other new things, right? MCP apps. I think web MCP is interesting. Ah, it was over in extensions. Ah, okay, okay. And it looks like there's a whole separate apps.extensions website. This looks like it's just the README. Okay. It's a little better. Double check and keep an eye on work stuff just in case. Yeah, what I would think is like, are there any good notable examples of MCP apps? Let's double check this and see if they're actually referencing the right thing. Like, when was this written? Okay, really recently, so this is probably accurate. Yep. Yeah, probably accurate. So maybe Chat GPT apps? So they're just showing like generic examples. Eh. Right, maybe Google has a good doc. Oh, an A2 UI. Interesting. So theoretically, with A2 UI, you could actually build apps that live in the CLI? As long as you have like a CLI capable renderer? Not sure what that would really look like, but it would be interesting to maybe like try and fork Pi or open code to add that if someone else hasn't yet. Huh. Now, is this something that you would embed into an MCP server? Probably not. It looks like a competing thing. Yeah, it's like a totally different like protocol and connection flow. So I'd be curious which clients actually support this. Hmm. Well, anyway. Oh, here we go. Using A2 UI over an MCP server. Yeah, I hadn't seen this. And then the other thing is you could do an MCP app inside of an A2 UI component. I hadn't thought about that. Well, we're going to keep that around. And we're already at the point where, hold on, we probably need to check on this. Yeah, so we'll keep that around. Let's clear out some of these tabs. Some of these are really stale, and we just don't need them right now. Oh, we were looking at this because there's a free version. Yeah, we'll keep some of that open. Let's go back to here. Yes, so ETS we don't care about. Crush we don't care about. That's good. That's good. Man, we keep popping open new instances of the turbo monitor. Gotta be careful. I might leak a key here. All right. Man, that was the most tabs you've probably ever seen me clear out, huh? All right, so getting back to it. Number one, yes, we got that implementation going. Let's keep going here. So text responses only go so far. Notable MCP apps. I know there's one for like Starbucks. Oh man. Or do people hate it? I think people might hate it. All right. I feel like that's enough articles there. Well, I mean, he didn't even share his location. Like, he intentionally made this a bad experience. Oh, there we go. Okay. Satubi has one as well. Some of these people are funny. Uh, plugin? Starbucks? Here we go. All right, so at least link this. That way we can have the link later. I still want to link the West Boss post. See, he's cool. Right, so yeah, one of the things we'll talk about there is this part, but right, notable MCP apps. HTML is more information dense. Right. So where was the right, this Lenny's newsletter, the Carpathy thing. Right, we'll shout out the Twitter one or the Theo one. Interesting that daily.dev gets it. Does he post his videos to daily.dev? Or did they just aggregate it? Okay, so yeah, that was a popular thing a few months ago. I never bought into it myself. I don't know, I like reading text, but, you know, HTML is more information dense. It just is. And actually, yeah, I like some of this, right? Information density. Oh, that sucked. So I at least want to grab these. Yeah, I mean, nah. So yes, all right. Notable MCP apps. Then there's 2B or not 2B. That was terrible. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Uh. Oh, so Theo does post these himself. I think that's smart. Okay. I think that's smart. Touche. Touche. Okay, so that one, right? These articles are not bad. That one we can get rid of. The Starbucks one. The Starbucks one. Let's go back to apps and see what this whole thing even has. Oh, but of course. Hello? Wow, that was slow. That was so fucking slow. What? Exactly, half massively vibe coded. Oh, catalog updating, huh? How long could that possibly take? All right, so hold on. MCP apps are making news. I'm not referencing some hyperbolic bullshit like that. All right. ChatGPT's is so staggeringly bad that it's breaking containment. What? Forgetting mid coffee in our misanthropic age. All right, all right. Okay, I might be hooked on the writing. That's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah, one hell of an assertion, Hef. And this is that same like hate article. I mean, dude, it felt like he intentionally mistyped and slowed it down. Right? The 140 seconds could have easily been a minute. Like he could have allowed his location in the app, which he probably already did in the Starbucks app, right? So like it's not a fair comparison. But The Verge, hold on. Yeah, we hadn't popped that up yet. So these are plugins, not necessarily skills, right? I would love to filter by actual skills. But at least this is a thing. And we can screenshot it. And one note I want to give for myself, at least, is instead of building a chat into your own site and APIs, you can embed into ChatGPT, one of the most used apps in the world, right? So at least like that note I want to have for like later, maybe for just like describing it. And then hold on, let's double check on this thing. All right, so then this is fix. We could ask it what the commit would be. Let's just align stream comparison and recovery. We'll just call it what the spec is. Oh. I don't know Vim commands or shortcuts to make that easier, but whatever. So there we go. Git push origin main. I'm going to fire this up in a separate session because I have a question. Yeah, all right, so we only have the one doc. I have a document in the docs directory. It describes an issue we had. The thing I want to explore is the slowness of the recovery. So you've been playing with DeepSeek's new harness with your local AI. Initial thoughts? Wow. LOL. The system prompt is 2,000 tokens. It's the smallest harness system prompt you've seen. Smaller than pi? I doubt it's smaller than pi. Right? Yeah, exactly. I mean, at least at the time of this writing, it was 10K for Claude Code. It's around only 200 for pi. Now, keep in mind, this is biased. This is by... Oh, this isn't by pi. When was this last updated, though? Like 3 to 6 months. 6 months ago. So it could have changed. Let's just double check, though. All right, the deploy is done. Let's double check turbo monitor. That makes sense, Hef. Is there's open source? Like, I know part of Pi's thing is, like, you can use Pi to modify Pi. I'd be curious if the DeepSeek harness is just a fork of Pi. Oh, and we are running real low on our codecs now. Son of a bitch. I mean, we had it fixed and now we don't. It happens. I mean, the issues we're trying to fix are pretty deep. Like, the replay thing is really good, actually. Kind of necessary. Thinking about increasing the codex subscription, at least temporarily. And that's how they get you. Where's my reset, Tebow? Now, we've been using codecs pretty heavy these past couple days to fix the Jetstream stuff. That's a me problem. When is our actual reset? 3 days. We do still have 104 credits, so it's not necessarily like the end of the world. If we can just get this going with our codex and call it good. Okay. Okay. So yeah, the index they added was taking a long time to build. That makes sense. I think part of the problem is that we're not like vacuuming our database cleanly enough. An ETA just near 17.8 days. Okay. Okay. So I think we can let that chill for a bit. And we don't need to push everything immediately. Okay, so now my thought is we can do... Okay, so we can't use pi for it. But we could use open code. So as far as like doing the auto research kind of benchmarking stuff, I haven't done that inside of Kepler yet, and I think that would be a worthwhile task. So yeah, that means this step we'll do separate. And yeah, let's get Kepler set up for a task there. We do have Jetstream Turbo set. We do want a new work tree from Origin Main. And this is going to be micro or... We'll just say auto research. Right, we'll just do some of the other auto research stuff because we'd have to like merge the benchmarks into a branch, and I think we still have... Hold on, let's just look at it, right? If we were to create this from a new branch, we lose the whole like new work tree functionality. We've had that bug for weeks. Yeah, super annoying. We can't be like, I'm pretty sure it's because we're waiting on a release. We can't treat releases for Kepler like we treat releases for all this other shit, man. Like, it's too new, it's too buggy. Bug fixes need to be prioritized over new features. I'm gonna push back and say that. Let me see if I can even find it. This channel moves super fast. Yeah. And I reported it before that, too. Oh, well. There is a way I think I can work around it. Meanwhile, hold on. Do we have T3 code open still? I bet T3 code does that right. Oh, I probably shouldn't be on nightly. No, not T3 chat. I do at least want to see, like, which of our competitors actually solved this. And competitors is a loose term. Did I open that or not? Yeah, exactly. All right, Grok, hell no. Cursor, no way. Codex, doesn't matter. Claude, I don't care about right now. All right, it's open code. And what up, Candy? How you doing? All right, let's close some of this. And yeah, see, so values suppressed. I'm not sure. We're going to have to fix the suppressed thing too, but that's separate. All right, so let's go back. Update available. We just downloaded it from the website. Are they not updating their website with a fresh binary? You've been better, been banging your head against the wall for days? Well, maybe stop doing that. Yeah, T3 code is Theo's thing. Do you know another T3? I guess Terminator 3, but we all forgot about that one, right? Terminator 3 doesn't exist. It can't hurt you. He is a cool guy. Yep. I would say passion more so than the other parts. Right? Like correctness, I think like he can be wrong just like anyone. Just like me, you know? But what he does believe, he passionately argues for, and that's like the spirit of debate. I think he lacks the spirit of debate in that things he perceives as incorrect, he is not open to. Properly is a fuzzy term. He pushes Next.js for basically everything, and it's the wrong choice for so many things. As an example. Properly is a very fuzzy term, depending on context. We're not looking for that. Come on. If you're building a web UI, you have to use it. Come on, man. That's the shit opinion. Ooh. Well, that's... Dude. I can't even pick a different volume in their selector. All right. So all of these fucking orchestrator tools are vibe coded pieces of shit. Ours is no better. All right, so hold up. Okay, so you've been trying to give your live game loop express API to make your live game loop express API highly available, and it's driving you crazy. Have you tried putting it into a Cloudflare worker? Now, there are technically better frameworks to put into Cloudflare workers, like Hono, but it should still work. That's another option, AWS Lambda. What's another good, like, function as a service provider? I really think Cloudflare workers is probably the option there, Candy. Unless you're trying to figure out how to make Node.js highly available just as a practice. Well, I mean, anything you do at home is not highly available anyway. Power outages, everything. Like, it's fundamentally not possible. How strong is your power generator? How much gas do you have to keep it running? You know? No matter what, your Docker Swarm is probably running on one device. That's not highly available. Doesn't matter how many instances you have on a single device. So maybe you misunderstand the term highly available. That's possible. But you know Cloudflare workers are free, right? I will say they're... Here we go. Compute workers. There you go. 100,000 requests a day. Free. Now, the amount of CPU time might be a problem. But then 30 cents per million requests per day? Pretty reasonable. I still question things like latency, like your home network. If you're off grid, being connected to a network is not possible unless you just mean power grid. That's not the literal definition of off grid, though. But 5 Proxmox nodes. And where do those nodes live? In one box in your home that is vulnerable to a tree falling on it. Again, that is not the definition of highly available. I'm not trying to be a dick about it. I'm saying, like, there's probably a better term you're looking for. Scalable, maybe? all probably lined up in a row or in a rack, vulnerable to a tree falling on it. I get it. You're kind of like, you're arguing the wrong point here. It is not the definition of highly available. That's all I'm saying. Like, if you want to describe the problem and figure it out, highly available is not the term. And these words have to mean something, you know? You can't be fuzzy with these terms. All right, so let's think about this part. So we got to cancel and restart because that button goes away. Come on. Okay. But yes, the term highly available is basically 6 nines of uptime with redundancies. You don't have redundancy. That's the problem. Right? Multiple locations. But here's my question. What kind of numbers are you dealing? How many requests per day, etc.? I mean, for a game, latency is an issue, right? We don't know what your game is, though. But if there's any type of like real-time component, which I would guess if you have a server, there is, latency is a problem. It's pretty solid. Nice. Yeah, what kind of game is it? And where are your users, as an example? All right, so this is going to be a new benchmarks for... Dude, this H key dying is really killing me. Oh my god. I don't think it's the switch, but I do need to clean this thing out. All right, new benchmarks for backlog pressure recovery. We're going to use OpenCode. And the model V4 Flash Cloud. An online casino? Okay. Yeah. Real-time games like roulette, but latency can be up to 500 milliseconds, and it's not a big deal. So, yeah, that's fine. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of gambling. So I think we gotta kind of like, let me put it this way. Twitch has strict rules about gambling on stream. Yeah, Fievel, again, that is talking about the implementation details of gambling that I do not want. If it were just simulated gambling or fake money gambling, then we're good. I'm going to doubt at the moment that that's the case. The fact that you're even asking about payment provider. No, thank you. I don't want that here on stream. Fake money? Sure. Like, I like playing poker, as an example. I'm not going to do it here on fucking stream. I consider casinos entirely unethical. All right, so yeah, what we can do is we can create this as a prepared task. And then the workaround is we can change the branch. No, we can't, though. Like, we can do this part, but then branching from this part is going to be gross. So we can at least start this part. Sure. Thank you. All right, so at least for this, shit. All right, we have to copy the doc that we have. We can actually just use... Oh, that bug's still there too. All right, so then here, we really need to sort this better. All right, there we go. All right, so in repos, it is Jetstream Turbo. Yep. And then docs and this. So then what was our prompt for that? All right, so yeah, we'll kick that off as its own new discovery. I do need to use the restroom again. One second. All right, so that part's cooking. All right, that's admirable. I'd still prefer not to discuss this further. The text is a little small, huh? There we go. All right, hold on. Containment delay? What? Ooh, that was the last song, though. Yep, we got an n query problem. At least it's not n plus 1. Oh, you said socket.io. Spent the last few days switching from socket.io to WS, and it's been harder than you expected. So I'm curious about that. Candy, why is that harder than you expected? I think I already have a hunch. Like rooms and things like that, right? I wonder if it's still maintained. Have you heard of Primus? Not the band, even though they're fantastic. WebSockets. So it's not terribly maintained. Yeah, I understand. The idea of like rooms, for sure. I totally get it. Um, One thing you might consider is a framework like Primus that abstracts over transport frameworks, right? Now, right now, we just see Engine.io, the thing under Socket.io. That's what I'm guessing you're talking about. But UWS, I believe, is the fastest. The problem is the maintainer of UWS was kind of a dickhead. So, yeah, I think some abstraction over WebSockets that provide things like rooms would be useful, because then switching an implementation detail like Engine.io for another thing would be valuable. But I'm not aware of any like newer version of Primus. And what up, Swameware? Yeah, Twitter just notified me that you posted for the first time in a while. What'd you post? Oh, nice. Yeah, good work on the AutoCAD plugin. Oh, I see, I see. So WS is a wrapping layer. I think I misunderstood that part. No way. Did I just lose connection or something? Is npmjs.com really down right now? What is Microsoft fucking doing these days, man? Is it because I need to update Chrome? It's a DNS probe. That's the nature of DNS, Pyro, right? The whole point is it's distributed, so it'll be up for some people and down for others. All right, there it went. That's just too funny. Yeah, this seems just like way too low level. Like, I still think you're better off using some abstraction on top that smooths out all the BS. All right, back to what we're looking at. Mm, like, where does the majority of your data lives in Postgres, right? How many other things need to like deal with the contention of that lock? I almost feel like they're not the same thing, though. But I guess the biggest question is the thing you're using the Postgres lock for, right? Is it something that you can have batched in a single query call? Or do you have to do this like does the whole Postgres query have to wait on your fetching from Redis anyway, right? If you're going to have to wait on fetching from Redis anyway, it's probably better off as part of just a single optimizable query, right? Like a transaction. But I just don't think they're the same thing. So the containment delay fix. Excuse me. I'd say we just focus on the fix. All right, so this is going to be a separate thing. All right, it's Jetstream Turbo from main, which is fine. This is going to be fix n query. There you go, Lucas. Exactly. Nice. Hell yeah, Lucas. What kind of job? Oh, shit. Wrong thing. For a digital agency in Chicago. 50K more a year than you were making. Hell yeah. More of the same, new spot. Yeah, it's a shame it's Next.js. But it's just like every WordPress agency out there. You know, WordPress isn't always the best fit for what they're building, but they're going to use it anyway. Fix enquiry backlog issue. All right, there we go. That'll use our DeepSeek v4 Flash. All right, so now let me double check. Do we have auto research in OpenCode? We do. Wait, cancel that. All right, so Jetstream Turbo from main. We should look at the benchmarks we have, though. Yeah, so CPU throughput. Uh, and we'll call it, oh wait, 18/2026. Oh, I should have a dash. So yeah, this is my first time running auto research inside of Kepler. We'll see how it goes. Fucking not auto research. Fucking open code, dude. Why the hell is it having to look? Like, find this stuff in the entire, like, root directory. Like, this is the same issue we had with OpenCode when trying to do BMAD stuff previously. And Kepler doesn't support Pi. Could we do it with Augie? No, not that Augie. What is this trying to do? Okay. I'm just going to manage the work trees without GitHub work trees. Or not GitHub, Git work trees. It's just, they get really annoying when like switching branches and merging and all that junk. I can't type. All right, github.com/. CM gripping /jetstream. All right, Jetstream Turbo. All right. Okay, so we don't need subagents. We do have PyAuto research. There's a shortcut that conflicts. That's fine. All right, so /auto research. We need to optimize the CPU throughput benchmark. Hold on. Nope. And it's just pi again. We're going to be using definitely not Pro. And we could probably even use like a free open router model. That might not be a bad idea. But now, yes, auto research. We need to optimize the CPU throughput benchmark. Probably needs to do like a cargo install. All right, so it found the correct benchmark at least. So then it does a cargo build, release features testing. This is kind of a slow build. That's okay. All right, we can come back to that. So yes, back to some of our MCP stuff, right? We talk about MCP apps, get cracking. We can't do get cracking via the ChatGPT plugins because it's not an HTTP thing. I forget which apps we actually have. Yeah, I'll have to look that up here in a bit. I know we have some docs somewhere about that, but that'll be like a slightly larger section. As far as other MCP stuff goes, A2 UI. Differences. UI agnostic, doesn't ship HTML, CSS, JS. Ships their pants. Sorry, I love that commercial. UI agnostic JSON. . Can be shipped within an MCP server. That was this Google article that I thought was kind of good. Ooh. Did I lose it? No. Clients. We'll have to verify some of that. Angular. Right, so A2UI feels like a Google thing for some reason. Right? Like the Flutter lit components thing already feels like it's leaning that way. And then let's double check on this auto research. Okay, so here we go. Messages per second, 474K. Yeah, we definitely don't hit that in production. And hey, Eric, what's up? Use local studio? And yeah, what's up, Eric? I'm not familiar with local studio. Oh. Huh. Which one is yours? Like, yeah, no, Eric over on Twitter is plugging his thing, which I think is fine. That's the most Twitter thing we've seen all day. Browser native slide editor? Oh no, I got SlideEv. I'm good. Like all I'm doing right here is making my my notes anyway. Nah, I'm pretty attached to SlideEv. I do have my own that I'm gonna make based on Astro. Just because I want to be able to embed interactive widgets in basically any framework Astro supports, rather than just SlideEv supporting only Vue. But pretty cool. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of like the WYSIWYG stuff. I prefer Markdown. It's just the way I've always done slides. That is kind of nice though, like just your integration with like just generating like images. It's pretty cool. Translation, like, yeah, pretty nifty. Features I don't need though. And SlideEv's nice if you haven't used it. But yeah, I'm very much like a Markdown to slides person. I'll still share it with chat, though. All right, so then, yeah, web MCP stuff. Yeah, exactly, Albatum. That comment was over on the YouTube. All right, so yeah, that one we're good at for now. Don't need that. How's our auto research kicking? It's just clanking. How many tokens are we burning? Oof, we're already at 100K, huh? I'm less certain about this. Let me get more music going here, though. Does synthwave belong in a museum? Junior. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Kinslayer. All right, so yeah, where's our MCP or web MCP stuff? Let's do a little research on that. Ooh, hold on. Yeah, I want to save some of these. And yeah, Eric, just in case you're unaware, all I'm doing right now is taking notes that I'm going to build my slides from. These are not the slides. All right, that's just the research phase. Oop. All right. Yes, definitely want this. And he is referencing the Claude Code thing. Yes. All right, so then let's gather some links about WebMCP. And thanks, Yee. Appreciate the partnerversary celebration. I wonder how many days they keep that going for, because they started it yesterday. But yeah, this marks 4 years as a partner on Twitch. All right, we got that one. Let's close out some of our... Hold on. Are they still refreshing their app index? Oh, no. Interesting. One of 111 pages. Yeah, these are not apps in the way we thought, right? How do we filter for just apps? I don't think we can. Yep, we got that. We got that. We're just cleaning up the tabs we don't need anymore at the moment. Take it easy. But yeah, just in case new people to stream, there is a product hunt launch that I do want to shout out because Zach's the man. Super nice dude. I know we got like the tagged, the pinned comment. Some people hide those immediately, so I just wanted to show it off one more time. But yeah, I'm probably going to need to create a Masijo mini app for the AI platform at some point. The TAP platform. I think it's still going. Come on. They need more upvotes. Make it happen. Yeah, Zach's awesome. He's cool. Thanks, MB Surfer. Appreciate that. All right, so yeah, that we can leave. Looks like I didn't have a web MCP link. I think I have it on a different machine, actually. Yeah, it's definitely worth checking out, Yee. For some reason, though, Yee, I don't know if I've said this before, but your name reminds me. I don't even know where I got the reference, but someone's like, "Oh, look at that Yee ass haircut." I'm like, I don't know. I hear that in my head every time I see your name. No offense. I don't even know what it's from. I have no idea. Probably one of the Friday movies. I could see that. I'd have to Google it. All right, so we got some stuff popped open here, right? You made that name up while playing Counter-Strike as IGN? I don't know what that means. I know what Counter-Strike is. I thought I knew what IGN is. Oh, in-game name. Oh, okay. Well, I did not know what IGN was then. My bad. Oops. Samsonite. I was way off. I'll bait him. My face when I recognize a reference is unforgettable. Yep. Just like the references. Okay, so this is not what I thought it was. Maybe this is less relevant. I think this is a totally separate thing. Yeah, I think this is nowhere close to what we're looking for. Yeah, never mind. Unrelated. And oh, damn. Oh, damn. So far, we've got a plus 20% from the original benchmark. Oh, damn. Just on general message throughput. Yeah, dude, auto research is magic, man. Oh, and yee, nah, we can chat about basically anything within reason. So WebMCP can help you bridge the gap between web applications and agents, improving efficiency, reliability, and task completion, blah, blah, blah. So wait a minute. I'm spending all this effort to set up the Masijo MCP server when instead I could just plop WebMCP on top of it? Hmm. I mean, it requires something to support it. This was posted and updated recently. Aha. Okay, so WebMCP, I think keeping some of this stuff conscious or like, like front of mind. I think the limitations are important. Origin isolation. What does that mean again? Okay. Damn, 47%? What? Let's double check and read what it's actually doing so far. So session setup, it fixed the checks.sh pipe fail grep bug. Okay. Now something new it created. So as far as hydrate optimizations, right? So a hash set for DID URID dupe. Resolve profiles now returns a hash map via single get pass was contains key and per message mocha get. I think mocha was theoretically supposed to be like a faster hash map. Oh, mocha was like an async hash map. Yeah, that's right. So hydrate 1 then became sync, which then means there's probably no cross-threading issues. I mean, it would have been awaited via Tokyo. I don't know why that would have been slow. Hey, what's up, Codeplex? How you doing? All right, so then commit data.record from SIRD value to SIMD JSON value, or owned value, right? SIMD JSON is just way faster. So then reusing SIMD JSON scratch buffers, I'm not even sure what those are. Parse message now uses a thread local SIMD JSON buffer with two tape with buffers and tape.serialize instead of from string. Oh yeah, from string could be real slow. Well, I mean, Codeplex a little bit, but you know, yeah, I guess you're right. The images, yeah, it makes sense. But as far as like the results, it's pretty good. Right? Videos, pretty good. You're right. Yeah, no, there's a lot of Chris Griffin. That's why I go by CM Griffin, CM Griffing instead. Right? It's a better handle. I like how that's the image that comes up, though. People with near famous names usually get buried. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty Googleable. But yeah, double checking more of this. All right, so yeah, the SIMD JSON stuff makes sense. That means parsing dropped from 8.4 milliseconds to 5.2 per 10,000 things. Sure. And then our hydrate phase, right? Switch profile slash outcome maps from standard hash map, right? Which is a SIP hash. I'd have to double check some of these things. Like, I'm definitely not the greatest with all these different like algorithms. But then switching from just the standard hash map to a hash map. And merging the two record view extraction passes into one traversal. That's definitely a good one. So that starts to make sense why we saw such a large jump. Actually, nah, the biggest jump was that first one. But dude, improving on the initial pass. Oh, and there's like earlier runs. Hold on. How do we see? There we go. Yeah, so going from basically 474K to 700K messages per second with our CPU throughput. That's nice. That's real nice. Because I believe, let's double check it. Let me just make sure I'm not leaking anything. Okay. Oof. So yeah, we are saturating our CPU with our recent changes. So we're definitely going to need to like do a bunch of optimization there. Oh, that's Masijo. Sorry, that's a separate thing. Damn, the fact that we're maxing Masijo is not ideal, though. And the reason is because we're sending so many messages. So yeah, there's probably some auto research we could do with how we're parsing messages from the Blue Sky feed. And we could auto research on Masijo. But if we look here on, nope, wrong thing. Metrics, right? We've got so much CPU room on this server. It's kind of funny. So if we get any faster, we're going to be blowing up Masijo. Shit. Yeah, we're going to have to set up... Yeah, we're going to have to set up some kind of benchmark. For the Masijo stuff. Yeah, that's something I haven't done in Elixir before. What up, Cotter? How you doing? Oh, interesting. So the Clippy and format cleanup actually gave us a regression. Just woke up, wanted to nap for 30 minutes, napped for 2 hours. Yeah. Like, probably one of those where, like, you may have stirred a little bit, but you felt heavy and, like, couldn't get up. Um, but love that album. Let's get another. It is getting late-ish, but I don't know. There's something like really pretty about seeing auto research just like truck along. Like, who here has used auto research? Okay, and yeah, you haven't used auto research. So keep in mind, this is not necessarily Carpathy's auto research, right? And that's basically for like model stuff. Whereas the auto research plugins or skills that exist are separate, right? So this is Pi auto research from Tobias Lutke of Spotify. Right? So think about it this way, Cotter. Anything that gives you a simple like run and result, like number, you can optimize that. So that could be compile size of a binary. That could be, runtime of a benchmark. For me, it's messages per second in my turbo stream. As long as you say auto research, I want to optimize this benchmark, it then runs the benchmark and tries things, until it gets performance increases. In this case, I've already gained 48% performance increase from the baseline. We went from 474,000 messages per second to 700K. Exactly. And if we look at, well, hold on, let's do the log again. Yeah, massive, right? What is some of the stuff it did? Well, hold on. This is where we started. It set up some stuff, right? Like for the auto research logging and all that junk. It fixed some issue with its checks.sh that it generated, I think. Maybe it was left over, I can't remember. And then boom, it switched out. It did an A hash set for some deduping of DIDs/URIs. It returns a hash map, right, via single pass. It was a contains key and per message Mocha get. Mocha is, I believe, like an async, like hash map thing, right? It made hydrate 1 synchronous, so it removed an await within the hash map lookup, which theoretically sped things up. That was an initial, like, I want to say 10% bump, something like that. And then boom, it just keeps trying stuff, optimizing for it. We still have our tests, so it verifies the tests. It's not modifying those. We'll double check that when we get it up to a PR. It is absolutely AI driven, yes. Right here, switching from SIRD JSON value to SIMD JSON value or owned value, pretty awesome. And yeah, it's still just like trucking along. What are some of the other things that it did? Right, allowing too many args. That was one of the things we fixed because of Clippy. That was a mistake. So I'm not sure what you mean by that, Codeplex. Like, that's the thing. That's a question for your lawyers. You shouldn't be asking streamers that question. If you're concerned about it, you should hire a lawyer. Dude, already up to 50%. And these are most likely performance optimizations I never would have found myself. Now we are hitting a lot of token usage here. 44 input tokens. Oh, okay. Dude, DeepSeek V4 Flash is so cheap. Oh my god. I'm not doing anything special like that. Dude, yeah. Just crazy. So I believe we are going to hit a point where it realizes that we're kind of at like a stable point. But it's still trucking along. So anyway, yeah, let's keep looking at WebMCP stuff. All right, so yeah, reading up more on WebMCP. Because we do need this stuff in, you know, we definitely need WebMCP to be part of our, our MCP servers dead talk, right? And wait, today's Tuesday, isn't it? So yeah, we'll have to continue this Thursday because tomorrow's a day off. Like I got a lot of like get cracking work to do. I think our website should be migrated by tomorrow. So yeah, blog posts need to be published. So hold on. Chrome Labs. Like, what tool would we use to do this? I guess that's the part I'm missing. Ah, okay. So we could do it with an extension. All right. I guess we'll update Chrome. It has been ages. Oh, we're good. It's fine. It's fine. All right, so then hold on. Maybe we gotta refresh this. So I would need a Gemini API key. Ah. Okay, so we don't necessarily need the Gemini API key. We can just call the tool directly. Set pizza size. That's kind of nifty. All right. That is kind of nifty. All right. Okay. So then, yeah, the APIs are less important, right? Like, sure, there's the things you'd call with it. When to use it. Sure, yeah, helping users make a purchase from your site. As an example, there's that whole thing where, the Starbucks app. Do they need an MCP app? Or could they just have WebMCP on their website? I think the problem is that it would need access to a local browser. So that limits the amount of tools that you would use to connect to that. Right? You would need like a desktop tool that has access to your own local browser. So that's kind of annoying. Like, are there any kind of stats? Whatever. Uh, what's up? House of Velasco. What are you up to on your stream? Learning how to code? Nice. Yeah, how are you doing that? Free Code Camp? The Odin Project? Oh, Playing the Farmer was replaced. Oh, that's right. I just saw that. Sorry. And yeah, right? You write scripts for the things that run. Yeah, I think that's cool. I haven't even tried it yet, but it does look cool. super beginner, but getting the hang of it. Yeah, it probably forces you to, like, you know, write a bunch of loops, things like that. You know, a bunch of, like, logic, like, problems. I feel like that would be fun to do at some point. Like, here on stream, you know? It has some more advanced ramp up. You'd say it's like if Leak Code Hard was fun. So, like, do you have to do, like, pathfinding stuff? Like, if the interviewer just kept adding more requirements? Ooh, that's one of my favorite things. For one job, the take home was to do, like a tic-tac-toe, but you were supposed to map it as if it was, like, networked tic-tac-toe, which was fun. And I totally used, shit. I'm forgetting the name of it. I used, like a mock server thing that runs in the browser, but I can't remember. Someone might remember. Anyway, I simulated the server part because it wasn't worth, like, spinning up two separate things because it was a front-end role. So I did that, and, like, I predicted one of the requirements they were going to add. So it's like, okay, cool. So you built the tic-tac-toe. What would you do if you were asked to increase the size of the grid? And I was like, oh, I already built it that way. And I went and modified some code and showed it, and then I had a CSS bug because of the way I was doing, like, the lines. So I messed that part up. But as far as, like, increasing the grid size and making it, like, fully clickable and all that stuff, it was pretty fun. Because I think that's a major part of, like, software development in general, building things in a way that they are extensible rather than having to, like, gut it and start from scratch. So yeah, they introduced mazes, snake game solving. Okay. Having to sort harvest plants, having to space out plants, managing fertilizer. Traversing has a cost for drone power. Okay, so you yeah. So pathfinding, because you want to minimize the amount of, like, steps between things and all that stuff. Fun? All right. It does sound less fun to me at this point. I just hate the algorithm shit. But I get it. I get it. It does sound very novel and, like, a good intro, you know? Like, better than Leak Code, at least, right? Better than Leak Code. Codeplex. Oh, you're saying, like, yeah, like growing requirements, etc. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, people coming in from the raid. Our plan for today is we got a few things going. Number one, I am building some slides right now. Not the slides, we're just doing the outline, right? We're doing, like, initial research and structuring of what we want to put into our slides eventually. But it's a talk at Commit Your Code conference, which happens in Dallas in just 2 weeks. And the talk is about our MCP servers dead. And then, you know, obviously, due to Betteridge's laws or law of headlines, the answer is no, right? Of course they're not dead. Why the clickbait title? Well, yeah, some people think skills are superior to MCP servers for various reasons that we go into later in the slides. And we're just putting together all our thoughts in a way that we could then, you know, create proper slides that look pretty and tell a good story. The whole point is that I organize my thoughts in an outline first, and then I take the thoughts and put them into the slides, and it prevents me from having to do too much back and forth, but there is going to be plenty of back and forth doing, like, screenshots and, you know, creating images and all that jazz, right? We also are doing some other stuff. I don't know if you have heard of auto research. It's a thing that Andre Karpathy like created for training models. This is actually separate, right? This takes the idea of using auto research to optimize a model and instead applies it to anything that gives you a number result back, right? Something that you could change something and increase that number, right? Ideally, you know, you're optimizing maybe bundle size, or you're optimizing, you know, in this case, messages per second on this thing we call the jet stream or the turbo stream. It's a blue sky thing. It's less important right now. But so far, we have gotten a 55% increase to messages per second from all sorts of like interesting, cool stuff. And if we look at the Git log, all right, as we look at where we started, about, let's call it, I mean, this commit was 3 hours ago, but around 67 minutes ago. So we've had this auto research just ticking along, burning tokens, optimizing for this messages per second benchmark. The key is you got to have a good benchmark in the first place, right? Oh, and yeah, .1q. Yeah, having more than one drone and coordinating them. Yeah, exactly, right? Theoretically, like optimizing for, like you mentioned, like sorting stuff. Well, maybe do you need to sort if you just optimize towards like one drone doing one thing? Well, yes, but then maybe you burn more fuel or something, or energy, whatever, right? Yeah, I get that. That sounds fun. But yeah, let's like, you know, kind of look at this. This is a bunch of like Rust stuff. And there's a bunch of these things that I probably would not have figured out on my own. Like this is some like heavy AI taking the wheel stuff. So we're still going to want to make sure that it doesn't regress a bunch of the other benchmarks. So that's why it's in a branch that we're going to push up. And we're going to need to like branch from this branch to like fix things, but make sure we don't regress too much and just, you know, a lot of BS. But the fact that like we are over a dozen commits into this, and we've gotten like a steady best state. SIMD JSON is optimal for both messages and metadata. Perfect. Let's see. Where's the ones that we kind of looked at last? So yeah, reusing these buffers, the hydration phase, right? Using a hash map instead of standard hash maps. Right, our hydrate one function. Yeah, we were doing a bunch of like contains key and like single gets. Right, so into one single get / match instead of two. And I don't know, just like each one of these is like chunking along, giving us slightly diminishing returns as we go. But the fact that we were able to get 55% throughput, pretty solid. So yeah, this thing, the thing you're seeing right now that's doing all of this, not right now actually, but that's chugging along, is Pi Auto Research. It's a plugin for Pi, the harness that we're using right now. We are at 36% of our context window. It would probably be ideal to start clearing that here at some point. But we're still getting, you know, like 10K messages per second. What is it researching? It is researching messages per second, right? In the throughput for our turbo stream. So this thing, right? we are technically why we have a larger number than our baseline is that we're still catching up from a bunch of messages we missed due to a bunch of downtime. So that's the thing. It's whatever. The fact that they added that to the Jetstream version 2 is awesome. This was just some vibe-coded slop. It's whatever. But at least we have something to, like, measure this stuff, and that's important. Oh, and we even have a report in this doc about source lag and how far behind we are of, like, the main thing. So we pop a few seconds ahead, but dude, this is going to be catching up for a while. All right, hold on. Let me get to, like, a math here. Okay, it's around 9 or 10 seconds per, like, 10 seconds of source lag, which means we're hitting at about like a 2x of the, of what we got, right? We're hitting 120 messages a second, 130. I didn't think we could get that fast. That's actually crazy to me. That's crazy to me. And the problem is we are maxing out the CPU on our very fast server. Right? This server is an AMD Ryzen 9 with 8 gigs of RAM. Your name is Keegan, and you like to party. Keegan, have you seen the photos? I was actually going to send this to you on, on the line. Let me see. No. Oh, no, there were a couple photos from, now I gotta find it. Too many emails. Like, you didn't see any of you from the commits? You were in there, for sure. Hold on, let me find it. Wait, where is this now? One last note. Let me just grab the link real quick. No. Oh, photos right here. Oh, maybe? Well, hold on. We'll look here online. Why not? The one that I'm thinking of is really good. You're like, you're not even like facing the things, but Adam is like looking right at the camera, and so is... Fuck, why am I spacing on her name now? Eric's girlfriend. It's a really like pretty name. Evie. But hold on. What's the I can't remember the full one. Whatever. I think it's Evangeline. I think it's longer. But I'm bad at names, so whatever. But copy link. All right, so here in the commits, maybe you like looked in a different one. think they're towards the end. I'll just scroll all the way down. Yeah, so there's one of you. Right? That was kind of cool. Right? Chatting with the clerk guy. But the good one, this one, just, I don't know. Adam and Evie just staring right at the camera. Like, I don't know why. That one's really fun. So yeah, I'm going to tag Adam about it. I spot me. It was hard to spot me. I didn't realize this was me until I saw my syntax pin sitting right there. I just now noticed that. See, I knew I was balding from here forward. I didn't realize it was getting so thin in the back either. But yeah, this one's good. But yeah, I feel like you were in maybe another... Maybe not. No, because these are all just like setting the scene. There's one where your posture is real bad. This one's good, at least. What's the bad posture one? I must have missed that one. Oh, maybe you're talking about... God. One sec. Oh. Yeah, maybe you're talking about like in the render ATL. Oh, it was at the top? And I just missed it? Oh, that one? That one's fine. But yeah. Oh, like, no, you'll be like the snail. Or whatever. Like, you'll have like the golden ratio on your posture. It'll be amazing. Yep. Damn, we are just trucking along. 65% optimization for the message throughput on a bunch of our like serialization and junk. That's crazy. Yeah, Keegan, if you haven't toyed with auto research yet, it's awesome, man. Yeah, no worries, man. Thank you for chilling. Thanks for stopping by. And Phoenix over here on Twitch. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah. So keep in mind the thing I'm talking about is Pi auto research. Let me just grab you the link. Right? Because Carpathy has like his auto research for like model stuff. If you just look for the word auto research, you'll miss it. But this is for like optimizing anything that you can like benchmark. Lighthouse scores, build times, LLM training, bundle size, test speed, whatever. And yeah, let's check in on this one. Yeah. So that one we'll just delete. Open code. All right, how's this one? Right, okay, so we generate the ID, and then we add a binding. That adds in placeholders here. Right, and then we're like binding that value to the placeholders that were set. All right, yep, that makes sense to me. This feels right. Yeah, that feels pretty good. All right, so this is batch. This thing is like flickering all funny. I think I need to do the firmware upgrade. That might be the actual issue. Yeah, it's like the lights are like flickering on this keyboard. Yeah, I need to upgrade the firmware. That's all. Batch event IDs. When God, that is getting annoying. When doing, and what is the thing we're doing? When checking completed source IDs. All right, so that gets pushed up to a branch. We can leave that. How about this one? Right, okay, so we did some discovery on the recovery slowness. I think that's fine. And we are at 8:20, actually. It's getting late. I should get food in my belly. And, I should get some work done. I want to check out some more of that mini app stuff. This keyboard's bumming me out, man. All right, so leaving off. Here, let me just do this. Yeah, all right, just I had to like change where it was plugged in. I think we're good. We need to finish researching web MCP, figure out the outro, and then build the slides. All right, so who's streaming right now? Who should we go raid? Let's go raid BeginBot. We haven't raided him in a while. And yeah, I feel like I haven't seen him streaming that much. But he has been picking it up more, which is nice. All right, so everyone on the YouTube and the Twitter, thank you all for watching. Appreciate you. I'm going to stop those streams first, but yes, I'll be back streaming on this channel on Thursday, so I'll see you then. For, you know, for everything for tomorrow and tonight, I'll be on the gaming channel. Tonight on the gaming channel, I got to figure out food. Probably going to play some games. I got some stuff I can be, like, vibing on the side. I also have some writing to do. Tomorrow's going to be a big, just, like, pure working day. You know, that's what Wednesdays typically are for me anyway. So, yes, a lot of work to do. Probably just be lurking, co-working on Griffing and Chill tomorrow. So, later, YouTube and Twitter. Cheers.